Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel. My name is Enigma. I am a variety streamer. I'm on Twitch, Twitter, Kick, Rumble, and YouTube. And we are starting a new game. We beat Castlevania Aria of Sorrow this morning, so we are now going to move to the direct sequel, Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. Now you see these are 3 games. This is the Dominus Collection. I do have this on the Switch. We're playing it on the Switch too, for argument's sake here. You'll notice that these all have some different things about them because of the DS. There's a lot of stuff that you can't do that was there on the DS because they were DS games. So these have been somewhat altered for that reason, some for the better, mostly for the better because there's the lack of a touchscreen. But, yeah. So... someone's mowing their lawn, I can tell. And it wanted you to basically, oops. Okay, let's try that. Wait a freaking minute here. My mistake, as we are getting started here. Touch B to go back. Oh, ZR is how you do it. Okay, so you go. Oh, okay. Delete that. We're going to try to make a question mark, because that's my thing, right? Question marks are my thing. Here we go. So what'd you guys do today? Oh, I watched Enigma try to figure out how to draw a question mark. Alright. Okay, ever since the eclipse of 2035, my life has never been the same. I was then realized that Soma Cruz and the rebirth of Dracula was in his castle. Blah, 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 blah. That's exactly what we just saw, is that in the last game, Soma Cruz, the very Japanese name of Soma Cruz, because that's supposed to be in Japan, ended up sucking the souls out of all these monsters and going in and finding that he was actually the heir apparent to Dracula, but he, instead of giving up, he fought against the evil and was not killed. So, there's his main squeeze, Mina, in case the Dracula thing there. Hey, Grizzle, welcome back. In case the Dracula euphemism is not there, Dracula here, because Mina is the name of Dracula's main squeeze in the books. Okay, so I'm going to do voices. Thank you. I took a shower while I was at lunch here. I'm going to do voices here, but we'll see. I'm trying to try it because there's a lot of the reoccurring characters. This is a direct sequel to Aria, and this doesn't happen very often in Castlevania. Castlevania 1 and Castlevania 2 were direct sequels. 4 was a retelling of 1. Then you had Rondo of Blood and Soten are direct sequels. You do Rondo of Blood, then you do Symphony of the Night, and then you have Dawn of Sorrow, or Aria of Sorrow to Dawn of Sorrow. So they don't do direct sequels very often. They haven't. They are now. And then if you look at the console ones, like Lords of Shadow 2 is a sequel to Lords of Shadow 1. But anyway, here we are. He goes, "Ha ha, are you serious?"
Yeah, that's when Hammer decided to...
Wait, Soma, can I ask you something?
You just did. Yeah, of course, Mina. What's wrong?
It's been a year since it all happened, hasn't it?
Yeah, just about.
And what was it called? You know, the ability to use the power of monsters?
You mean the power of dominance? I lost it when we escaped Dracula's castle, remember?
I know, but it's just that I get this terrible feeling inside.
It's probably nothing. Look, don't worry, okay? This past year, I haven't been able to use any of the powers I gained,
Which means we're going to have to regain all those powers.
and...
Oh, here's someone. You're Soma Cruz, aren't you?
Yeah? And you are?
You may call me Celia. And I am here to see you're dead. I believe that would be a typo. Because it would be, I am here to see you dead. Come forth, my servants.
What? Mina, get back! Damn it! Of all the worst...
Soma, you back off too. Mr. Mr. Arikado, also known as Alucard. Kenya Arikado the Guardian? You shall not interfere. A barrier. Quick, Soma, use this. Yep. Uh-oh, we got... Getting stuff back here. Okay, we got our armor knight. Oh, and a big old golem guy. Raise his strength. Come on, bitch. Soma Cruz, I shall see your demise. That is certain, using whatever means. Ho, 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 ho. Wait. Wait. Save your energy. You won't catch her now.
Damn it!
Soma, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine, but that power, it returned. Arikado, Alucard. Let's just call you Alucard. That's your effing name. What's going on?
The power didn't return. It was always with you. You just never had a need for it since you fled the castle. And that set free all of the souls you had gained dominance over.
You mean I couldn't use the power because I wasn't dominating any soul? Yeah, Mina, you and I in the bedroom. Anyway, who was that woman? She seemed to know you.
Celia Faulkner. She is the priest of a new and rapidly growing cult. We suspect she was up to something, so we've been keeping tabs on her. But why would someone like that come after Soma? I don't know, bitch. Maybe it's because he's Count effing Dracula. They want to resurrect the Lord of Darkness, like some sought to do with Dracula.
I guess they don't like the fact that I didn't become the, quote, Lord of Darkness, end quote.
Not only that, they intend to create a new lord by eliminating you. Eliminating? Yeah, that's what he said. But Soma, you don't need to get any more involved with this. Let us deal with it.
Well, you know I'm gonna do it anyway, you bastard. That woman. She said she would see my demise.
Soma. Several days later.
So the Celt's base is here. Hammer's info wasn't so iffy, after all.
You doubted my word.
Yeah, Hammer, what are you doing here?
I couldn't let you go by yourself. I'm twice your size, you bastard. What, are you dense? I told you about this place. Wait, who told... Oh, I'm sorry, here we go. Wait, are you dense? Who told you about this? Oh, wait, it was me. Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, but...
Hey, you got your mind on doing something wicked, huh? I want in, buddy. And, hey, what happened to that pretty little lady? You remember, right?
You mean Yoko? She's not coming. In fact, I haven't told a soul.
She ain't coming. Why not telling her at least? Yeah, I'd like to see her too there, Soma. You should really go back and get that hot-ass blonde. That's the one we want. Man. Well, since I'm here, I better make the best of it. I guess I'm back in business, and you're my customer.
Hammer, look, I'm saying this for your own good. You should really leave.
I can't do that, I'm afraid. I know when someone's in trouble, and I'm not just gonna leave you here.
Okay, I appreciate it.
I'll scope out the area and find a spot to set up shop. See you around. Man, why wouldn't he just tell? Man, why wouldn't he just tell her about this? Something tells me we're gonna see Yoko anyway because she's too hot. That's Soma. Yeah, he's pissed off. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look here at the mechanics of this game. Now, like I said, this was originally on the Nintendo DS. So DS stood for dual screen. So there were two screens. The top screen is what we're looking at right here with Soma jumping around and all that. Oh, we have a stylus pen? Okay. Oh, wait. I hope that's not what I think it means. I don't remember. The other two on the other side, on the right side, I see the map screen and I see a sub screen for Soma. And those are what we could switch between, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, on the secondary screen of the DS, okay? So we can see that Soma's got both the Skeleton, Armor Knight, and Golem souls equipped. It shows we're level 2. It does show that we have a +2 in strength because of the Golem. And I do believe we can still go to another sub-screen here, and we can still change things over, use item, and we do have arms, and we have, wrong button, arms and soul, okay? So we can actually swap, we'll still be able to swap our weapons and armor and items as well. So, that's what we're doing here. All right. The Lost Village. So you're going to notice this game looks a lot better than the previous one, and that's because, again, we're on the Nintendo DS. So the animation's going to be a lot more fluid, the music's going to sound better, which it does. The Nintendo DS, of course, was not the most powerful handheld console out there because the PSP was out there. But considering what you know, they had to work with here, it is better than the Game Boy Advance. So, just like our typical Metroidvania, we will be collecting money to buy things with. We will also have, you know, when we use magic, we'll have the soul, they turn into hearts, which will be for magic, I believe. Okay, we have a short sword now, so let's go ahead and equip that. Because that brings our attack, that almost doubles our attack, so. Plus it gives us a little more distance. Oh, magic seal is required. Okay, so we can't open that. We have a save room. Here we go. Save rooms are what I like to hunt and do stuff around the save rooms because we can go back and recover. This game is very much about level, it's about equipment, and it's about which souls you have absorbed. Now, I don't know, I mean, the skeletons, obviously we've absorbed those. But it's not telling me which ones I have absorbed and which ones I have not. Oh, wait, actually it will. Okay. It shows you the rarity there. So let's just, because it'll show you on the sub-screen there the last enemy we have killed. So like the Peeping Eye, which is a lot bigger than the Peeping Eye. Oh, level up. We have not gotten the soul for that one. So I like that they have that over there. We can see our next is 117 level. I don't have to go to the sub-screen anymore to see how much experience we need for a level up, because it's already right there. We are collecting gold as well. Gold will be important when we run into Hammer again. Because Hammer's going to be the guy that's going to hook us up with some good shit. Yeah, the music does sound a heck of a lot better in this one than it did in the GBA ones. You got to remember, the GBA guys was so popular, and so many people want to develop for it, but it still had limitations to it. Game Boy, Nintendo used to make things on the cheap, and they still do. The idea is they want to give a good experience, supposedly, for an affordable price. I know people can laugh at the Switch 2 right now and what that sells for compared to being quote-unquote affordable, but Nintendo used to be the kind of company that wanted to get the best stuff out there for the cheapest price, but that also meant they had to cut some corners. So, oop, wrong button. Okay, we can dash, and I have no idea what, oh, that's, okay. Level up. Save that. Get back our health and our magic. So, what I like to do... Apparently, we gotta do it that way. I do... attack's gone up 1. How did our attack go up 1? I don't know. But especially early on when we are looking for stuff, I like to map out, get map. Unlock map and see what we can find, because you just never can tell if you're going to be able to find. Now, Metroidvania, if you've never played one, where have you been if you haven't? But basically, if we had the ability, we could search out the entire map of the game right now. But there will be places we're going to go that we are not going to be able to reach without other powers, which we will get from other bosses. Uh-oh.
Huh? Those two?
Oh, Soma! Yoko, you shouldn't have, girl. She's back. Oh, Soma.
Yoko, Julius, what are you two doing here?
Funny you should ask. We got wind of this cult by a tip by Arquito. I'm just going to call him Alucard because that's his name. I'm investigating with Mr. Belmont. I'm sure you remember him, the hunter. Soma, please understand. If the darkness draws you in, I have no choice but to destroy you.
Yes, I know. I told you to do it.
Then there is no reason for you to be here. That's right. You're only putting yourself in danger.
That's a Celia woman. Not only was she after me, she tried to harm Mina, too. I'm not gonna stop until I find her.
You're determined, I see. Then I have nothing more to say. Wait, Julius. How can you just say that? You've barely tried to convince him. I'll be going now. Wait a second, I'm coming too. No, Yoko, you stay. We need a contact here, just in case. Hey, wait, you can't just... Yes, I can, bitch. Men, they're so selfish. I bet you have no intention of going home either.
Well, as long as you're here, you know, we can... There's a save room right over there. We can go talk about our feelings.
Fine then. Here, take this.
And this is?
A magic seal.
Magic seal?
The cult leader appears to create gates that draw from the power of darkness. Monsters exposed to that power are said to be invincible.
So how am I supposed to destroy them?
That's where the magic seal comes in. Listen to me. I want to practice using it?
Yeah, sure, I'll give it a try.
Good. Now watch closely. Draw the figure exactly as shown. So what they want us to do... Okay, now you try it. Is they want us to... Here... Okay, they're not having us trace it. Good. Even though I traced it there. Good, that's it. Just don't forget how you did that. One more thing. You can practice drawing magic seal anytime. If you're not sure how to do it, you should definitely practice.
Got it.
A magic seal activates on its own when needed. Give it a try and see. Okay, now, let's go, Soma.
Go where?
It's a dead end here. Only Julius can get in from somewhere like this. We should go back and find a different way in.
Alright, if we have to.
There's no shelter from the rain and wind here either, even though that's snow and not rain. Will you escort me?
You bet your ass I will.
Thanks, let's go.
Oops, wrong button.
Awesome. So anyway, the way the original game worked, in the DS game, the magical seals worked. Exactly what I was about to say, Dragon. The magical seals, the way it works is the boss, you'd beat the boss, and then you'd have to trace on the touch screen with the stylus or your finger, or the stylus is best, to trace a magical square circle exactly as they wanted you to do it. The problem with that is that the DS touchscreen wasn't exactly the most responsive or the best thing ever, and the magic seals got to be a huge pain in the ass to draw, especially towards the end. If you don't draw the circle exactly, the boss regains a portion of its health, and you have to take it back down again. So this was made back when Nintendo was strongly suggesting that the developers use the touchscreen for something, and it really shows here, quite honestly. This is one of those games where they did it, they thought they were doing a cool thing, and to be fair, it was just a pain in the ass. So the next game that they did not have their magical seals whatsoever. So, now that we have the seal, can we get in there? This door looks like you'll need a magic seal right away. Alright, so they want us... Oh. Most likely you'll need a magic seal to finish off that monster in there. Just be calm and focus. I'll be watching here, waiting here. No problem. The touchscreen on the DS actually was okay. Was actually cool for some games. I don't mind. Like for Nintendogs, you could pet your dog with it and stuff like that. But Nintendo's kind of, I don't want to say famous, but they're kind of, I guess they are kind of famous for this. And that is. Crap. Miyamoto has a great idea for a game and a great idea for a control scheme and all that, and Nintendo's like, "Oh, that's so cool! We're gonna use that for for our next console or our next handheld or whatever, and no one really has any idea what to do with it beyond what Miyamoto asks for. So why BA? I'm glad they don't make you trace it on this. You did it!
Using magic seals is a piece of cake.
Yeah, no, it's really not. Don't be too sure. The magic seal won't be useful forever.
What do you mean?
They probably prepared new and more complex patterns for magical seals. I'm sure they have. But not to worry. They must have hidden the magical seal patterns somewhere. If they didn't, the gates to darkness would be useless.
I get it.
I won't keep holding you up as my escort anymore. I can manage now.
You sure? In that case, I'll be going now.
Oh, there's one more thing, though. Julius may have some new information, so come by. So come see me if you're close by. And Soma, please don't do anything reckless. Take care.
Count on it. You take care too, Yoko.
Wrong button. So, yeah, puzzle games. There was some good stuff that the touchscreen was used for. Cooking Mama, I always liked playing that with the stylus, stuff like that. But a lot of the games that Nintendo basically tried to force people into using that touchscreen did not work out. And as much as I love Castlevania, the worst part of Dawn of Sorrow was the tracing over those damn magic circles. Because Yoko was right. They get more and more and more and more and more complex as you beat bosses. And if they've reduced it, and it looks like they've reduced it to a QTE event in this, I think that's fine. Good, that's good. That peeping eye is not going to give me his soul. I'm trying to get his soul. But if you want more information, if you want more proof of how Nintendo does things, look at the Nintendo Wii. The Nintendo Wii was nothing more than an impressive tech demo for sports. Nintendo decided to go to market with motion controls, and damn near every game that came out, like 99% of them, didn't have no idea what they were doing with the motion controls, and it showed. And then for all the folks that say, well, Nintendo said that they would allow people to use it any way they want because they had a classic controller just like this and all that. Yeah, but Nintendo has this way of telling you they want you to use their console to the best, to the most of their ability. That's exactly what they would do. And so they might not tell Capcom, hey, we really want the next Castlevania to have touchscreen controls, but we really want Castlevania to have touchscreen controls. They would totally do that. Guess he's not going to drop his soul anytime soon, which is fine. I'm sure there's probably another ring we can get later that's going to allow us to get that up there. But anyway, let's go down and see what is back over here. If Yoko's over here, this will be her area. Don't forget. Oh, there's a sword up there. Okay, let's see. A claymore. Heavy two-handed sword. That is very slow. Oh, I forgot we had $1,000. Yeah, they're giving me the souls of things I've already got. Things for. There's a minivan. It's the A-Team van. Oh, hi, Soma.
You're gonna act as Julius's contact here?
Yes. There was no one living here, so I thought it'd be okay. Oh, that rough-looking guy's right across from me. What was his name again?
Hammer! Hammer! Hammer!
Yes, that's it. What's he doing here?
He came to help me.
Honestly, you didn't ask him to come, did you, Soma?
Of course I didn't.
I'm sure you wouldn't, but it's too dangerous for him to be here. Can't you tell him to leave, Soma?
I told him already, but he wouldn't budge. Besides, it's hopeless now. By the way, he's got a crush on you, and so do I. Especially after someone who's not supposed to be here showed up.
Huh? Well, if he wouldn't listen to you, I suppose it's hopeless. By the way, I gained a new ability.
A new ability? What?
So the power of dominance lets you control souls of monsters, right?
Right.
So I thought I could use magic to draw the monster souls out of it and use them.
You mean release the souls?
Something like that. Of course, I would need your cooperation, Soma. And it's not something easy to do.
So how do you plan to use these freed souls?
Well, I confuse the freed souls with a weapon, thus creating a new weapon. The souls you use will be lost, though.
Can't you even do that?
I just said I could do that. It's rather rude of you to ask. I may not look the part, but I am considered an exceptional spellcaster. Just let me know if you need something. I'll show you what I can do.
Okay, then.
Oh, and with my magical abilities, I may be able to reduce the number... I may also be able to reduce the number of souls. I'm not sure if you'll need it, but just keep it in mind.
Got it.
So, may I help you with anything today? Okay. Oops. So apparently Hammer's over here. Hey, welcome. So what do you think? Not a bad shop, eh?
Of all the weirdest places to set up a shop.
Normally I'd tell you to have a look around and spare a few coin to help an old friend, but... Yoko's in the area. I saw her earlier. She must have come after me.
That's not it.
Geez, you sure are quick to put a man down, aren't you?
She's here to investigate the cult, she said.
Well, whatever. In the case, I can tell you, in case... Let me try that again.
I can read.
Well, whatever the case, I can tell you I'm a lot more motivated now. It's noon on your sundial, I can tell.
Well, why didn't you come back up? Then why didn't you come back up? Come back me up. Why didn't you come back me up?
Anyway, have a look around. Buy something already. Okay, so he's going... This is why we want to buy... or have money so we can actually buy stuff. For instance, this dull sword, blunt sword, might not be the best thing ever, but it's probably better than faster than the tunic. Yep, that'll be better than the tunic. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I did that. Like a big dummy.
You big Demi.
Oh, because I was looking for the save spot, and it is down there. Can't get over there yet, but I will once we get some. Ooh, well,
Just fall down, why don't you, you big Demi? You big Demi.
so it's always wise to do some exploration, if for no other reason. You never can tell what you're going to find. Item-wise, you know, whatever. You want to uncover as much map as possible. See what you can come up with. You can find in these areas. You can find weapons, armor. You can find rings, whatnot. That's going to help your experience. Not to mention, you also want to gain as much souls and experience as humanly possible, so... And here we found a cape, so let's equip our cape. Brings our defense up too. Cool! I have a physical copy pre-ordered. So I'll probably stream it when I get that. Level up, my favorite. And of course, you want to make sure that when you make progress like that, you do save your game. Okay. This is back before there were really autosaves. Autosaves were becoming a thing at this point, but they weren't a thing yet. So. He did have some armor too, so let's go see if what Hammer's got as far as armor goes. They're planning on DLC for Mouse. That's cool. I hope they do that. You got 50 bucks up there, you didn't take it. There we go, castle map. I'm about to sneeze. Gym clothes, leather armor. Okay, that goes out there. Well, gym clothes are better because constitution goes up as well. And the lucky charm will boost our luck, but it only goes up one. So let's go ahead and equip the gym clothes. And that should help us out defensively. So we will find better stuff. Hammer, I don't know if his stock gets better as the game goes on like it did in the last game. I'm going to assume it does. I hope the game does really well. It looks like it's a lot of fun. Bat. Okay, so I'm gonna bat as a familiar. And a zombie. Okay, there we go. We're getting more souls now. This is good. And don't be afraid if you find a spot where you can spend a little bit of time grinding to get some XP. Don't be afraid to do that. The grind is real, and there's nothing wrong with doing it. I don't. In the last game, they did show you like which souls you had, which ones you don't. But in this game, it looks like souls are actually more of a currency, or also a currency for Yoko. So. We did get the castle map, so we can see that there's more to it than where we were. Oh, that's right, we can't get over there yet. Probably there's a mirror soul or something we'll have to deal with later. Going up here. She does swing that faster, but not... He does swing it fast, but not as fast as I like. It's almost like he's using it like a samurai sword. Can't do anything there. Or I can, okay. Nice, got that one. Yeah, so you want to, just like with the other Castlevania games, it never hurts to unlock map and find things you might not be able to find before. So we found a way to get into the castle without using Julius's way. I don't think we can do anything about those yet. I already have a blunt sword. Most of the guys take some damage. But we're actually doing a pretty good job of leveling here, so this is good. The ghosts are only worth one each, but these are worth more than that, so. And as long as our that chest come back? Oh, it sure does. That's gonna be nice to get money. As long as I don't have one of their souls, I'm gonna keep killing them. So Castlevania games also tend to, these Metroidvanias also tend to go on diminishing returns. So we've discussed that before with other of these Metroidvanias, where if you keep killing the same monsters over and over again, eventually they're going to they're not going to be worth as much because they don't take as much effort to kill. The stronger you get, the less they're worth. Makes complete sense. That being said, when you get into a situation where you are able to level up, that's what I wanted, quickly by continually killing stuff, like we did in Aria of Sorrow, where we could actually so you might want to, never hurts to take some time to go through and, yeah, grind. You want souls, of course, you want souls, but you also want money, and you also want experience. You can never be too high level. It's like certain souls are have a different rarity to them. The ghost soul looks like it's actually rarer, and the slime one is not that rare, even though I don't think we don't have one yet. So we're gonna level up again here. Like I was saying, the direct sequels that Castlevania does, even though technically all the canonized games are direct sequels in some way or another. Oh gosh, okay, cool. That does not mean that you see a lot of reoccurring characters in these games. That's what makes Dawn of Sorrow kind of an enigma, is because, and no pun intended, because they don't do a lot of direct sequels with a lot of the same characters. see what else we got. And every little bit helps, so don't fret and don't get worried about spending too much time in one place to level up. Like I said, you cannot be too prepared. We've already got 5,000 bucks. Pretty awesome. That looks like you'd be able to slice right through there, but nope. Crap. Manticore? They're worth almost 100, those manticores, so... You'll notice the art style is a little different in this game as well. It's more anime looking. I don't know. I guess they had a new artist for this game, or maybe they were trying to go in a different direction. But the art style from the more dark and gothic look that Aria of Sorrow had, to the brighter, more colorful anime look of this one. Is interesting to me. So they were worth 100, now they're worth 90. So they're just, the stronger we're going to get, the less they're going to be worth. But anytime you see a situation like this, especially if you're trying to get... You can't have too many souls either, but you want to... These Metroidvanias, with all due seriousness, I know there's a lot more people that are more talented at these games than I am, and I will by no means claim to be like the best person ever when it comes to games like this, especially with Alucard's in the channel. But these games tend to have a difficulty curve depending on where you are in the game. So if you are not where you need to be, if you are too low of level, this game will, and you go to a new area, this game will kick your ass. So it does not hurt to take some time when you see a situation like this where the manticores are worth some XP. Take some time to grind them a little bit. Never hurts to do stuff like this. Not to mention get your money up too, and you can get souls. In Aria, we did this a couple different places because of the fact that we were in level. I'm gonna go save this because, damn it, we did level up twice. are halfway down in health, so... Ow! Never hurts to take the time. But using a save room as a base of operations is actually pretty smart to do in these games. The farther away you get, the more difficult it is to save, obviously. But they are pretty good about putting some crazy-ass monsters in some of these really tucked away areas. I'm gonna level up again here pretty soon. Alucard smiles because he knows I'm talking. Oh, he's like, yeah, I know I'm not as good as Alucard is. There's a soul, ghost soul. That's a big dude. Can't tell. Is that the save room? The warp room. Okay. So this is a fast travel room. We'll be able to travel to other parts of the castle with this as we unlock them. still worth something. Yeah, they're still worth 90 a pop, so this isn't bad to do this for a little. Let's find what we're looking for. They're worth 40 a pop, not as much as the Manticores. But they add up as you. Oh, go with the Witch now, Student Witch. Yeah, we're going to Castlevania 3. It's going to work out for you. Because you're really good at that stuff. I thought that would be that way. And of course, it's all about you'll figure out when you're. That's a classic Metroidvania area. We're missing a specific power or two to get up there. Gotta be careful, we're getting low on health, so want to go back and recover, because we did everything we do is progress, so and I keep taking hits. Drop spaghetti. That Manticore dropped some spaghetti. I don't know if I want the spaghetti that the Manticore dropped. And if you look over there too, it actually shows you, which I actually kind of like. Like the Manticore, it says item 1 spaghetti, item 2 we don't know what it is yet. That's actually very handy to see that. That there's that running bestiary there that lets you know not only that you know that what they are, what if they have soul, if we've collected their souls yet, how many we might have, what their weaknesses are, things like that. But it also shows you what items they drop. And as we know from previous Castlevania games, sometimes the best shit drops off of the most innocuous of characters, like most of enemies. You might just be running around on it and... well, you know you don't want to do Grant, right? Because Grant is the one that is really out of the way. Because I would think you'd recruit Alucard, but... He can. Grant is really good, but Grant is also way out of the way. Well, but you're not speedrunning, right? You just want to do it. So I guess it wouldn't be that bad for you. Speedrunners tend not to go to Grant. Because it's, he is a clock... You have to go through the clock tower twice to recruit Grant. These are still worth 90, so that's good. Yeah, you're not speedrunning. Castlevania 3 is hard enough without speedrunning. Oh, we've already gone up there. Let's not go up there. Let's go down. That's a warp room. Let's go this way. Oh, it's Frankie Poo, the creature. Yeah, as I was saying, speedrunning is completely different. Already had the Golem Soul. So this weekend I do plan on doing another Rumble Premium stream. I need to get another hour and a half in for the Rumble Creator Program. Oh wait, cutscene time.
You.
Ah, you've come just as I predicted.
Celia Fortner.
You're kidding, right? You telling me this punk's a Lord of Darkness? Ah! Judging matters merely on appearance. Simpletons are so vexing. What did you call me, Dimitri? I merely stated a fact. Dario, Dimitri. I'm sorry. Dario, Dimitri. Both of you enough. Okay. Excuse their behavior. Welcome to our house, which is home to our church.
You talk as you were expecting me.
You fear that you will imperil innocence. Let me try that again. You fear that you will imperil that you're going to threaten innocence. Basically, she's worried. Am I not correct?
Yes. I fell for your ruse. Why would you want to resurrect the Dark Lord?
We do not desire the Dark Lord, per se. For God to be perfectly good, there must be a being of perfect darkness.
That has nothing to do with me. If this world does need perfect dark being, one should emerge. Isn't that how it works?
Perhaps that is so, and perhaps it is not. What is true, however, is that the power of darkness steadily grows faint. The Lord of Darkness must be enthroned without fail, and not a moment too soon.
But that doesn't mean...
I heard enough already. Let's rip this punk apart. He right here now. Have patience. He will try to stop me using whatever means. There is no need for haste. Huh? What are you saying? He is in our hands now. We can destroy him whenever we wish. Correct. This also serves as a test for the both of you. I see. Wait a second, the test? What test? I didn't hear about that. I was not ready for the SATs. What's wrong with you? I'm not ready. I don't have a calculator. I don't know what's going to be on this test. Are you incapable of even thinking a little? There was one Dark Lord. Yet there are two candidates. You and I. Duh, I know that. Then get this through your hollow skull. Whoever defeats this boy becomes the chosen Lord of Darkness. Oh, I get it now. Yeah, okay. This'll make it fun. Next time I see you, punk, I'll burn you to ashes. I shall depart as also. I see no significance in my presence here at this time.
So those two are the Dark Lord's candidates.
Correct. They were born at the same time as Dracula's demise. They are inheritors of Dracula's. They are inheritors of Dracula's powers. Whoever wrote for her. But that is no guarantee that they can become the Dark Lord. Oh, that was the wrong accent. I'm sorry.
That would be, yeah.
They can by shattering Dracula's soul. But enough talking. If you wish to stop me, I should be waiting for you at the top. I may even change my mind if you survive my traps. Alright, so we did the stew that there, did the stewie. even though that was completely the wrong accent for that. Alright, so we have a boss fight coming up, so naturally we have a save spot here. We're level 13, so I don't know if that's the level we need to be at, but let's go see what we have here. You'll see exactly what I mean by these boss fights, so... Oh, it's going to be someone that shatters these, so we'll get the power to shatter the ice blocks. Ow. His name's Belor, too. Ooh, he just shot the shit out of me. I'm gonna have to do this again. Yeah. Didn't work out that well. Everything's a pattern, of course. Oh, they brought a golem in. And Alucard is correct when it comes to Castlevania 3. You can play through Castlevania 3. It's a hard enough experience. If you're trying to speedrun it, that's a completely different experience that makes it that is very difficult. I do see there's this area over here we've not gone through yet, so let's see what's over here. It's a door we can't get by. Ooh, he just punched the shit out of me. So you're going to go all out of the way to get Grant. Interesting choice. I mean, you know more about it than I do, because you're actually good at that shit. I just know that every time I've seen someone speedrun it, they don't like going to get Grant, because again, it's completely out of the way. You have to make a special trip for him. While Sypha and Alucard, you can find along the way. Right, but you have to come back down, right? That's the whole thing about it, is you get it out, you go up, but you also have to come down. Good lord. Why am I getting abused like this? Pattern has gotten better. He doesn't really have a pattern. If he just does that laser attack, I got him. Okay, we got it. Touch the okay. Oh, that's going to be a pain in the ass. You got to use the R. You have to hold the ZR button and then use the right control stick to move. But now that's going to allow us to break those ice blocks. We've seen them in other parts of this area, so. I was hoping I'd let him punch the shit out of me, but he did. So you're gonna go with Alucard through the as your main guy, then your main companion. Went the wrong way, I think. Yeah, I did go the wrong way. It's alright. Manticores are here, right? Yeah. Might as well level since we're here. Taking it down, taking it down. Amanda, it's your birthday. Hi, happy birthday. I did get that on Facebook. It told me it was your birthday. I just saw your messages there on Twitch. Hope you are doing well. Happy birthday. Hope you got lots of presents and birthday wishes. We got you. Oh, okay. The archers are going down in one hit. Oh, did I put Hump Day on there again? You're right. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, you're gonna have fun though, right? Gonna have some fun with your friends. That's great. And it should be getting kind of nice out there in Colorado now. It's getting nice here, kind of. Good. You having fun is what's important. Desperately need a new weapon. This thing is so slow. I haven't been bowling in a long time. Bowling should be fun. We have an enemy Maggot Seal library. Okay, we have all these. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, enemy. Okay, souls. We got 11% of the souls absorbed. Cool. Grow a tail. High of 32 tomorrow. Dang. It's been 70s here all week. And I don't think it's supposed to get any cooler until maybe the weekend. Got plenty of skeleton souls. Kill them in 2 hits now. Slaughter still take 3. There you go. Alright, so this is where we saw earlier, oh, those armor knights, or spear knights, is what they are usually called. Eight inches of snow. Good lord. Alright, so in order to do this, we're gonna have to kind of... I wonder... I hope they stay away. I don't know if they will or not. But that's why we have this power now, to get rid of all of these things, and that's... I don't know if this is something I'm going to have to do quickly, it's going to be difficult to do, because the controls for that are very loosey-goosey. Looks like we'll be alright. Ah, crap. I messed that up. I was looking at chat. I got stuck down there for 1.5 hours. Oh, gosh. It's alright, Alucard. I'm the one who messed it up. It's my fault for not paying attention earlier. I thought I was doing things right, and I wasn't. Best and Last will hit theaters June 26th. I know what you're doing on June 26th. Let me go see Jackass. Luckily we've not had any snow. We had some last month, but it disappeared pretty quickly. The problem we've had, and believe me, my nose knows all about this, is the crap with the weather changing, and I don't have allergies, but my nose, if we have extreme weather changes, like if it's 80 degrees one day and then it's 30 the next, it throws my nose crazy. My nose starts running like a Kenyan, and nothing I can do about it. And last month we had so much of that it was kind of annoying, and it's been that way this month too. The Garden of Madness. So I'm not one for the snow. I never really have been, but the weather changes are what really has been taking its toll on my psyche, my nasal stuff. Because Desi will ask me, hey, you're sniffing a lot. Are you all right? You have allergies? And it's like, no, it's not allergies. It's that the weather won't make up its damn mind if it wants to be hot or cold. I'd much rather it be hot than cold, obviously. Yeah, I would want it to be... It's your job to catch the errors. Your job is to do a lot of things, Alucard. Your job is to enjoy yourself. I really want you to enjoy yourself. It's Treebeard. And my axe. That is another magic circle. Okay, so now that should probably work against the next boss we're going to have to fight. Another warp zone, that's cool. Yeah, I just want the weather to pick a lane and get in it. You know, if I don't like the cold, but if it's gonna be cold, it's gonna be cold. You know, I need my body will get used to it. That looks much higher defense. When the weather can't help but keep changing, and it's never great, you know, where it's like one day it's 30, the next day it's 80. It's going to drive me nuts. It's going to drive my nose bananas, and that's exactly what's been happening. Hey! Donkey Kong just threw his barrel at me. You have one job. You do. You do all that, Alucard, and more. And when you say, like, I hope I do enough, it's like, you do more than enough, dude. Ooh. There's our boss. I don't want to... No, we're not doing that yet. First of all, I'm poisoned. There we go. Now we're not poisoned anymore. I do want to grow. I really do want to grow. And you've been helping with that. I've been growing. I've been doing well. I haven't even looked at my Rumble numbers today. Let me take a look. Now that we are part of the Rumble Creator Program, because I've had a lot of help from great people like Alucard getting me there. My understanding is my balance won't go up until the end of the month. But I've crushed the watch hours. I'm at 279 of 200, so that's awesome. I'm not giving up on other platforms. I still want to grow on Twitch, and I still want to get, you know, monetized on YouTube would be awesome. But Rumble's the only place I feel like where I'm actually really growing and doing stuff. Yeah, Mr. Beast. I like Mr. Beast. You know, the funny thing is that if there's any shows out there that want to have me on that could help me with my exposure, I would do them in a heartbeat. I know, like, I love side scrollers, you know, shows like that. But I have to be invited, so if they don't invite me, I can't just invite myself. But the only thing I'm missing this month to make for Rumble, the Rumble Creator Program, to maintain my status there is another hour and a half of Rumble Premium streaming, which I plan on doing this weekend. So stay tuned for that. Can't do anything there yet. We can slide though. You give up on posting on social media? I still post on social. I'm very active on X. Hour and a half will be easy. I'll probably do it Saturday. I'm thinking of doing Marvel Maximum Collection, but I might do it. I might just start playing A Link to the Past and keeping that for when I do Rumble Premium streams, because I won't be able to do A Link to the Past in one sitting. It's too long. You don't stream anymore. Is it because you don't have time, or you weren't having fun doing it, Amanda? Because if you're not having fun, I understand. Rumble, my premium streams, yes, you're correct. My Legend of Zelda stream I did last weekend was a Rumble premium stream. I have to do those in order to maintain my status as a Rumble creator. But normal Rumble streams, you don't have to be subscribed. You'd have to create a... You got bored. Oh, you got bored with it. Okay. That's why I try to change up the games that I'm playing, is because I also would get bored. If I was still streaming Borderlands 3... Amanda's been with me when I was doing Borderlands 3 exclusively. And Amanda's, for those who don't know, she is a real-life friend of mine, so... I've known her for over a decade. She used to be a customer of mine. Oh, that's right. Damn it. Here I am. Getting poisoned again. It's been a while. You don't live around here anymore, so I don't see you, but because she lives around Colorado, in the Colorado area now. So up here. Oh. I will take that. And when did you get your own store? Was it? How long was that Plainfield store open? 2003? I know it's not there anymore. It's closed. As a lot of GameStop stores in the area are closed. Amanda will be able to tell you, and she remembers because I wasn't the only manager she was friends with. But GameStop used to have stores in every town, at least one store in every town, and now they have closed down a lot of those stores. I still thought I was getting away from him. Zaldi moved to my store. Well, he was my assistant when he got promoted. He didn't get promoted to be a store manager. Riz, I don't remember the exact timeline, Amanda, to be honest with you. Basically, what happened, I don't think I've ever told the full timeline story of what happened. I had in my decade with GameStop as a store manager, I had 4 assistant managers. They promoted one. Oh, let me try that again. One of them moved to Macomb, Illinois, because he was going to school. Went back to school. His girlfriend was very insistent on him going back to school, so he went back to school and he moved to Macomb, Illinois. I transferred him down there, and he was assistant down there. I think he was a store manager as well. I think he did get promoted. I don't remember. My second assistant manager, who will remain nameless because I don't like speaking ill of people, and everybody makes mistakes. Shit. Was let go for loss prevention reasons. Let's leave it at that. Basically, they thought that he had invented a way to screw the company over, and all he really did was put a big target on his back. Rizaldi was my third assistant manager, and he was my dude, and they came and they took him from me because I was not a fair-haired child. I made it very clear that I was often very vocal about wanting things to get better. And so I was in my store. And I don't know if anybody knows. I don't know if Amanda knows this or not. They tried they tried several times to get me out of that store. The first attempt, they wanted me to go to a store in Joliet. Well, the store in Joliet, outside of the mall out there, was, and I don't know if that store is even still there or not, it doesn't matter, would have been twice as far away from my house as I was traveling. The store in Plainfield was close to where I lived at the time, so I had no problem traveling, really going to that store. So when they said we want to transfer you to Joliet, I said, okay, well, how much more are you going to give me? And I was told, well, it's not a bigger store, so you're not going to get anything. And I said, then why would I go? And they were like, well, because it's going to be better for this, that, and the other. And I said, no, you don't understand. You're telling me you want me to spend twice as much in gas and you're not and time, and you're not going to reward me for it. The answer is no. And the guy who was trying to get me to move just could not understand that why I would voluntarily want to move to a different store, which was twice as far out of my way, and not reward me for it. I just don't understand. So I turned it completely down, which was probably a target on my back at that point, because GameStop did not like being told no at the time. And then they but they took Riz from me. Riz and I got along real well. He was probably the best assistant manager. He was an assistant manager there until he left the company. He was there for another like 5 or 6 years after I left, and they never promoted him to store manager. And it was so bad that to me this was really bad, because he called me and told me what was going on. I had hired a young lady to be a seasonal employee, and they promoted her to store manager, and Riz was still an assistant, even though he had been an assistant manager for well over a decade. They wouldn't promote him, so he called me. And it's like, what do you think I should do? And I said, dude, if there's no future for you there, get the hell out. And that's what he did. He ended up getting out. And I think he's retiring soon, because Riz was older than I was. Riz didn't look older than me, but he was quite a bit older than me. Is quite a bit older than me. Yeah, that's exactly true, Alucard. Is he had been an assistant manager with the company for over a decade. They had transferred him between so many different stores. They never promoted him to store manager. And I had hired a seasonal, transferred her to another store, and they ended up promoting her to a store manager position. And they didn't even consider Riz, and he was pretty pissed about it. And I said, dude, you should do you. You know what you need to do. You don't need my advice. You know what's going on. And he left. And as well he should. And he got out at a good time too, because it was before GameStop started closing all their stores. Because I'm not kidding. Where I live right now, there were within driving distance, within 30 minutes of my house where I'm living right now, there used to be a dozen GameStops. And I'm not exaggerating about that, a dozen. And now there are, I don't know. I don't even know if they have any, because I'm not looking for them. Are they even in the malls anymore? He should have been pissed. He should have been pissed completely. See, exactly, Alucard. It was seniority, and he never complained. He never did anything wrong. He walked a straight and narrow. He was the exact opposite of me, because I was the one that was the troublemaker. Just ask him; they'll tell you. They passed him over so many times for promotion that he felt like he was. I guarantee he felt like he wasted a good 15 years of his life, and I don't blame him. I wasted 10 years of my life there. I don't know where they're. The last time I bought anything at GameStop, I lucked out and got a PlayStation 5 online, and they gave me a shitty game with it, and I took the shitty game back to the most local GameStop to me, and the kid behind the counter told me that if I returned that game, I had to return the entire bundle. And I said, so let me get this straight. I can take this over to Walmart right now and get what I want. And you're telling me that I can't do that. If I do that, I have to return the entire bundle so you guys can sell it to somebody else. But you won't take this stupid effing game back. And he goes, you're right, we won't. And I said, do me a favor. Tell your district manager I'm gone. I said, I gave you guys another shot. I know you don't know who I am, and it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to be that guy, but the point of the fact is that I'm done. And he says, I understand. And then 3 months later, that GameStop was gone. They closed it completely. But I really hated what they did to Riz, because Riz is the nicest guy in the whole world, and they really screwed him over for, I don't know how long he was there, but it had to be 15 years. And they just kept telling him, yeah, well, it's just not your time, or you're making so much, we don't want to risk it, you know, we want to make sure it's the right fit, or something like that. That was bullshit. They knew what they were doing the whole time. But I think he left and worked in logistics for a while. But last time I talked to him, he was selling a bunch of his game stuff. I talked to him a couple months ago, and he was selling a bunch of his game stuff. And he wanted to know if I wanted any of it. I said, no, not really. But he said he's getting ready to retire, so good for him. He deserves it. Yeah, so if anybody from GameStop's listening, yes, you screwed over so many of your employees by promising them things that you didn't give them, and in other times you had really talented, great people working for you that you completely screwed over because they weren't the ass-kissing types. I'm looking to see. I know there's a boss over there. There's probably still GameStops in the mall, in the two malls, Fox Valley Mall and Louis Joliet Mall. I don't know if they're there or not. And honestly, I really don't care. They are. Giving them any sort of business actually pisses me off. So I don't want to give them any business. Can't jump up there. I don't have the ability to jump yet. To do double jump or whatever. Like, could you imagine being transferred to store, or location to location, and always being on time, always never hurt, you know, not being an ass, and it's a little better. It's faster too. You know, never not bitching, always showing up to do your job, always being a company man, and every time there's an opening to be to get promoted, you're told a cock and bull story about why you're not getting that opportunity. I don't blame Riz at all for being pissed. He should have been pissed. Yeah, he was a model employee. He did everything he was asked. Everybody liked him. It seemed like that didn't do that good. Again, he was the best assistant I ever had. I promoted him to assistant manager, and I trained him to be a store manager. The way I did things as a store manager was I always trained my people for the next level up. So my third key, I trained to be an assistant. My assistant, I trained to be a store manager, and all of my part-timers, all my game advisors, I trained to be third keys. And the second they would get promoted or whatever, I would turn around and start training them for the next level up. Because I always believe in having a deep bench. I think that's so something that a lot of companies, especially in retail, don't get. Is you need to have a deep bench. You need to have people that are ready. Boy, that's apparently poking them skeletons is not working out well. We're about to level up. There we go. But he was the nicest guy in the whole world. Just completely screwed over. He might have. The truth is, he might have been held up because of me for a bit. Because again, I was considered a troublemaker because I asked questions. When new programs were announced, I was the one who came up and asked, well, what if this happens, or what if that happens? And they didn't like that very much. Hi, Zuzi. You always show to work early. You get 3 of 5 of attendance. Almost applied there. I would not have... I mean, with all due seriousness, it's just not a good work environment at GameStop. It never has been. Well, I shouldn't say that. It was... It was until they bought Electronics Boutique. When GameStop bought EB, everything completely changed, and it didn't change for the better. And you can go back and look at choices that the company made after that, and every time that they made one decision, it ended up they should have done the polar opposite. But he probably got held up a little bit because of me. Because again, I was the one saying he was ready, but I was also the one that every time we had a meeting and they started presenting new programs and stuff, I was the one that would poke holes in it. When they introduced their Power Up Rewards program, their new discount card. Anyway, for those who are aware, GameStop used to offer, they called it the Game Informer card. We call them subs in the store. For $10, you got 10 months of Game Informer magazine, and you got a card that whenever they would scan it, you get 10% off used games, 10% extra on your trade-ins, right? Well, they did some research on it, and they found out that people wanted more out of the program than they were getting, because it was not a great program. Now, when it was $10, it was fine. You could sell it. What they decided to do was raise the price of it to $15 and include points programs and stuff like that. Thought that's what they thought that's what people would want, and it's really not. But anyway, we're in the meeting about this as a store manager meeting. We're in this meeting about all of the new Power Rewards program, and they tell us that the discount cards are live before we even get them. So all those cards that they were sent us were live cards. And I'm the one who raised my hand and said, "Are you kidding me? They're live." And they said, "Yeah, why?" And I said, "Well, what happens if I try to sell the card to somebody and they tell me no? And remember, it's a points-based program. They tell me no. I scan the card anyway, right? So now there's $60 worth of points on that card. Next person comes in. I try to sell them the card. They say no. Well, now I've got a card with 120 points. Or $120 worth of points on it. I can use that as a selling point to the next couple of people who come in. I can say, look, I've been scanning this card for the last, hour. There's already $200 worth of points on this, so if you just, for $15, you're going to get, all these points that are going to get you these discounts. It's basically, you're going to make money. And they were flabbergasted that I had come up with that in the 30 seconds that they did, the 10 seconds that it was when they introduced it. I'm the one who raised my hand and was like, this can totally be cheated, and they acted like I just killed the frickin' president. They were like, "Oh my god!" I can remember all the LP people getting in a little huddle, and they'll go, "We'll have to talk about this." Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna take a quick little bio break. We'll be back in just a second. Okay, sorry about that. Coming back. So anyway, if you want to know why Enigma was not the model employee at GameStop, it's because I asked questions like that and poked holes in all of their shit, and they were the ones that acted like I'm the one that was the problem, when in reality the problem was their programs that they had. And if I could think of it, if I could think of a way around it in 10 seconds, give someone a couple of weeks and you can see what they can come up with, But they looked at that as me being problem. In reality, I wanted things to get better. So the contrarian, which I learned about in business school a lot more about, is often the most valuable person of your team, because they're the ones that think outside the box and think, and again, they want things to be better, not worse. But GameStop and a lot of you hear about toxic positivity. That was GameStop. They did not want to hear anything negative about their stuff, about anything that they were doing. All they wanted was to get the reach around. They didn't. Everything was great. Everything was perfect. Everything was fine. Yeah, they don't like it when you ask questions. Contrarian? Is that what you're asking? What it's called? The contrarian? Alright. Magic seal is needed. Well, I have a magic seal, but I guess I don't... Oh, wait, I died, right? So I gotta get the right one. Or do I have... No idea. Yeah, like Mary, quite contrary, but it's basically the contrarian is someone who, when something is announced, they're the ones that will be the ones that actually kind of sound negative about it. And it's assumed, at least in retail, at least it was in retail, especially at GameStop, that if you were doing that, you were doing it to be an asshole. That you were a problem. When in reality, it's not that at all. It's that I was doing it because I wanted things to get better, and I found that there were problems, and I found that we needed better systems, and the people who were coming up with this stuff did not put as much thought into it as they claim to. Yeah, yeah. Now, if to be fair, Amanda, I want to be completely fair. Uh, if people are doing it for the sake of just doing it, then yeah, that doesn't help anybody. It absolutely does not. But if you are doing it because you see something that they don't, and which it sounds like it's what you're doing, then you're doing it because you want things to get better, and that's the whole thing. Is that's why it should be done, is because we want things to get better. They should be getting better. But unfortunately, that's not how a lot of companies look at it. They look at it, especially the ones where it's in the service industry. It's probably the best way to put it, because Amanda's in the service industry, and that's what I was when I was at GameStop, was in the service industry. Well, the funny thing is that they'll sit there and tell you that it's a problem that you're being that way, until what you actually predict actually happens, which happened all the time with me. That I would say, hey, this is what's going to happen, and they're like, oh, hey, is it really? It's like, yeah. And then when it did happen, it would happen. Of course. I'm the one that raised the question to management at GameStop. What are you going to do when the Wii stops stops selling? And because they had no plan. There was no plan they had for what they were going to do when the Nintendo Wii stopped selling. That's that way, okay. They were like, oh, we'll just get in Wii and everything will be great. And I'm the one going, yeah, well, the Wii's not going to sell out forever. There's going to be a saturation point where people are tired of it, or the people who have it, and the people who don't have it don't want it. And again, I got a look on my face that like I had just killed the president. They did not like that at all. But in the long run, who was right? Of course, I also predicted after I left there that they would be around, they would be relevant for another 10 years, and that would be it. I left them in 2012. I am not far off from that. GameStop is as relevant as a company in gaming as any company would be right now. They went from being they went from being the name in gaming retail to nothing. And again, I've done videos on it. I've talked about it before. We all know why. Management does want yes men. You are exactly correct, Grizzled. I would be the one that would get my ass chewed, but I would sit there and listen to these ass kissers. I called them Scooby Snacks. Like, all they wanted was Scooby Snacks. You would be on a conference call with your peers, with your district, and one guy would pop up and go, "Hey guys, don't forget to vacuum your store every night, because it's really good if your customers see that you vacuum your store." and the district manager would go, "Great call! That's right. Make sure you're vacuuming your store." And I wanted to go, Are you effing kidding me right now? Vacuum your store? He was looking for a Scooby snack. All he wanted was praise. He was an ass kisser. I'm not mentioning his name, but if he was in my chat right now, you know exactly who he is. And everybody knew he was an ass kisser. But the ass kissers always got praise. They were the ones that got promoted. Pendant. I got a pendant. What does the pendant do? Lowers defense, raises luck. Ooh, Sniper of Goth? Oh, Aramilic Sniper, okay. That's a big dude. Okay. Not that great. But that is basically what happened to my buddy Rizaldi in a nutshell. Is he was ready. When I left, he was ready. But because he was my assistant, they didn't give it to him. And by that point, I didn't even go into that. They took Riz from me, and they gave me this kid that was there to snitch on me, basically, is what he was. He was everything that I was doing. He took detailed notes as to everything I was doing, and would turn that over to the district manager. He was there to kiss ass. And do I care? Yeah, well, I remember it, so somewhat, but it's that company, like I said, they're irrelevant. They're about as irrelevant as a company is in gaming right now. They're the Ubisoft of gaming retail. Me too, Grizzled. I don't know if a retail store would hire me anyway, just simply because of my education. The one thing about being in the retail store that I actually liked was when I got to talk to people about games and stuff like that. I actually really enjoyed that. But I was constantly pulled between the company wanting me to screw over my customers and my customers wanting to take advantage of the company. So, you can't have it all. But I had several instances where district managers and regional directors basically were instructing me to screw my customers over knowingly, willingly. And I would go, you do know that I'm the one that's supposed to keep them loyal to the store, right? Shit. I hope I'm personable, but I just... I really just. There's a lot of problems with retail here in the United States. First and foremost, the one I always hear, and I think this is one of the biggest problems, is the customer's always right. Like you hear that. No, the customer's not always right. In fact, most of the time, the customers are wrong. That doesn't mean you have to insult them, which is really what they mean, is don't insult your customers. But I had many times where customers were complete and utter morons, but because they believed in the customer's always right, that they thought I would just roll over and kiss their ass and tell them that their farts smelled like roses and spring water, and it's just like, that's, you're wrong here. Yeah. I love the way you want to hear a true ass story. This was exactly the kind of shit I had to deal with at GameStop. We would do in-store tournaments for sports games. So when they would release the new John Madden football, there would be an in-store tournament. When they would release a NCAA football, would be an in-store tournament. Well, they were very insistent on us doing an NCAA football tournament. And I was like, sure, we'll do one. Why not? I said, what's the prize? Well, we don't know yet. Just take people signing up. And I was like, well, if I can't tell them what they're going to win, how do they know they're going to sign up? Should I tell them they're going to get a free copy of the game or what? No, we don't know yet. Just take sign-ups. So I took sign-ups, and I had quite a few people for this NCAA football tournament. And this kid ended up winning it. Everybody was up there for about 4 to 5 hours because of how many people were signed up for my tournament. I had so many people that I basically had to I had all these people. So the kid who won ended up getting a... You ready for this? Are you ready for this? A $10 gift card. He was up there for 4 or 5 hours, maybe 6, I don't remember exactly. Beat everybody in the store at NCAA football. He gets a $10 gift card. I felt bad, so I reached into my wallet and gave the kid a $20 bill. Because I was like, this is... Because when I found out it was a $10 gift card, I was like, are you kidding me? We're gonna give away... We're not even gonna give away a copy of the game. We're gonna just give him a $10 gift card. Yep, $10 gift card. So the kid got $30 because I gave him $20 out of my own wallet. Which the kid conveniently forgot to tell his mother, by the way, because his mother called me and just bitched me out and took chunks out of my ass for and all I could do was take it because she was exactly right. Kid was up there all afternoon and he walks out with $10. But again, the kid didn't bother telling her that I gave him $10 out of my own wallet. I need to go see if there's a better sword. So I ended up just saying, look, I gave the kid $20 myself, plus the $10 gift card. And I said, look, and I'm not rolling in the dough over here, as it is. She ended up calling my boss, the district manager, and my boss called me and said, you threw me under the bus. And I said, what do you mean I threw you under the bus? He goes, well, you said that you agreed that he should got more. And I was like, you're right. He should have gotten more. He was up here for 5 or 6 hours, and we gave him $10. Oh, I thought it was a pretty good price. $10? That's not even worth it if you're up here for an hour. But again, that's one of those things where I was naughty and they got onto me because I had this moron thing I was doing, and that was trying to protect my customer base. Should have been the game. Exactly. No, it should have been the copy of the latest NCAA football. That's what it should have been. You're holding an NCAA football tournament. You go ahead and really? Yeah, really. Oh, it does have it equipped. They should have given away a copy of the game. $60 game. They had paid probably $45 for it. $45 to them would have been nothing. But that's the kind of stuff I always had to deal with, and I always came out looking like the asshole from both ends because I had to toe the company line, but at the same time, I would call a spade a spade. Okay, what do we have here? Castle map 2. That's a better sword. Do we have anything better than that? Katana. Right, but we didn't charge anything for that. They were dead set against charging for that stuff. Ooh. Not really what I wanted, but okay. Slow. But whatever. Actually, let's hold the phone, hold the phone. I know what to do here. Try that again, see what else they have. But that's the kind of shit that I always had to deal with, guys. So when I talk about, because there's always sour grapes, you're talking about a former employer, okay? There's always a reason why people leave, and I get that, and I by no means saying I don't have sour grapes for wasting a decade of my life working for the evil empire. Although I am thankful for the people and friends that I've met, like Amanda, like Rizaldi, and people like that. Absolutely. Something I'm very happy about. Short sword, cutlass. It's a two-handed sword. It doesn't even say it's two-handed. Pretty sure the katana is not going to be as great as I want it to be either, but yeah, but it's better. It's better than what I bought, so. I know it's brutal, Alakar. We've talked about this. It's one of the top 5 hardest games on the old Nintendo. Castlevania 3 does not hold your hand. Castlevania 3 will spank your ass and then make you, you gotta be a masochist to play that. Thank you, sir. May I have another? still easier than Silver Surfer. That's right. Yeah, $10 was nothing back then. Again, we're talking about someone spending. I must have too much. Just sell them. We're talking about when you invest. The most finite resource any of us have in our lives is time. The most finite resource, where all of our time is limited. None of us are getting out of here alive, guys. That's just all there is to it. Eventually, my time is going to come, and your time is going to come, and as sad as that is, it's just how the cookie crumbles. We're not here forever. We're going to meet our maker at some point. So you want to make sure you're taking as much advantage of the time that you have when you can. And unfortunately, there are people out there who think that your time is not valuable and will sit there and make you wait and sit there and make you question and why are you doing this and stuff like that, and I'm sorry, I don't believe in that. I think that's wrong. I would look at trying to get people going for as much as possible, out as quickly as possible, and if they're there in a situation like that for a tournament and they're up in your area where your store for 4, 5, 6 hours, however long it was. I know it was all afternoon. I do know that. They should be rewarded for it. And unfortunately, GameStop didn't believe in that. They do not believe in rewarding people for their time. So, did I blame the mother for calling and bitching me out? Absolutely not. I didn't like it, and she was a bitch, but I can't say I'd have done anything any differently if I was in her position. You're right, you can't get that time back. Exactly correct. I was talking with Desi the other day about things. I have a lot of really... Desi she puts up with a lot from me, and she says the same thing about me putting up with stuff from her. And the Life with Desi stuff, a lot of that stuff is true, but it's a lot of tongue-in-cheek stuff. I do it out of fun and all that, and nothing that's insulting to her. If anything, it's insulting to me a lot of the time, because it's self-deprecating humor that I trade in. But we were talking, and she's been looking for another job because she's tired of driving an hour and a half to and from work 3 days a week. I mean, she's literally in her car. She's going to get off work right now. She's in Chicago right now. She's going to get off work at 5 when I'm done streaming, and I will not see her till 6:30, at least. And she's tired of it. She just bought a brand new car. She's already got over 1,200 miles on it. Thing's a month old. She put 1,200 miles on it already from the drive. So she wants something closer to home. She wants something where it's not it doesn't cost as much in gas and all that. And I completely support that for her, without a shadow of a doubt. But we were discussing jobs and all that, and she was telling me, one of the jobs she interviewed for is in Fresno, California. It's a remote position, so she'd work here from home. But she said that the person she'd be reporting to is like a 20-year-old, who just got out of college and has been promoted 3 times. And I'm going, it must be nice to have a job where there's actually upward mobility, where there's actually somewhere to aspire to be, as opposed to every job I've had is sitting you basically, well, outside of retail, sitting you in a corner and basically having you do there's no upward mobility. You just sit in a corner and do the job they hired you to do, and you don't say anything. It's just you were there. And that's every job I've had outside of the retail space, which again I wouldn't go back to retail for other reasons. But she said, "I'm so sorry that you've never had a job where there's any sort of upper mobility or any motivation for you to do a really good job, to do well so you can move up. And I was like, I know. It's And then she said, and maybe that's why you're doing what you're doing now as a streamer, is because that's what you were meant to do. And I just was like, oh, that's very nice of you to say. So she always knows the right thing to say to me. But it's just a big problem we have here with jobs in this country right now is first, well, there's a lot of problems. First of all, they want you to be fully trained before you even set foot, which, by the way, company cultures exist for a reason, and if you don't count on training your staff, then you deserve what you get out of the whole thing, which is going to be someone who's there for a cup of coffee and then will leave because of the fact that they're taking their talents where they're going to be rewarded better. As opposed to if you bring someone on and you train them and you groom them. I know the word groom is not a nice word right now, but I don't mean it in that sense. You're basically, you make them feel like that they are something important, and you take the time to make them learn what they're doing is so important, and that they can do better, they can move up, they can be something other than what they're being brought in to do. Then you're more likely for you to stick around. They're more likely to stick around because they believe in you. People don't quit jobs a lot of the time because of monetary reasons. They quit because they feel like they're lost, that they don't have any path forward, that they don't have any way to improve their lot in life. Which brings us back to retail. Retail is very much that way. Retail is quicksand. They will give you rate increases, small rate increases, to make you feel like that they appreciate you, but in reality they really don't. In reality, they're just trying to keep you there for as long as they can, use you up until you don't serve a purpose anymore, then they'll spit you back out like you're nothing. That is retail in a nutshell. But corporate America is, you're going to be fully trained. You hit the ground the very first day working. No time for training, no time to get you used to things, no time for anything. And you're gonna, if we have our way, you're gonna be sitting around doing the same thing for the next 30 years. Crap. So just deal with it. I don't like that thing. So I am definitely pro-business or pro-capitalism. I am not pro-corporate America right now because it's very, very one-sided, and they make it impossible, virtually, not literally, but figuratively impossible for you to really want to move up. They want to, if they hire someone to do collections, do they really think for 1 second that person wants to sit in a corner with a phone and a computer and make collection calls for the next 30 effing years? According to corporate America, that's what they want. Not what I want. I wanted a way out. I had a job where I was working in collections. This is no joke. I was working in collections. I hated collections. And the HR department, which I have a background in HR, because when you're a store manager, you have a background in everything. Because you're responsible for everything. I said, hey, I would much rather work in HR than in collections, so, that'd be a promotion for me. As far as I'm concerned, I'd enjoy it more. So if you guys are looking for help, I wouldn't mind transferring over to that. Well, once the finance department got wind of that, they let me go. because they didn't think I wanted to be there. And it's just like, I told them flat out when they were talking to me about it. I said, "Do you really think I want to sit?" I didn't really want to say it like this, but I did say, "Do you really want me to sit in a corner for the next, 30 years of my life and make collections calls, and you think that's what I want to do?" And they were not happy that I put it like that. In reality, what I wanted to say was, I didn't go to school for 6 years to sit in a corner and do collections calls for the rest of my life. I have more education than that. I want to use my education. But one of those things, they don't like hearing that. They don't like hearing anything like that. They only want to hear, "Yes, sir. Whatever you want, sir." Where are my magic circles? That's the thing. Magic seal, okay. I do have 2 of them. So how come that thing wouldn't let me in? I don't have the right one for that one? Let's go try that again, and if not, we'll go to the belfry, the chapel, and see if that's where we gotta go. Okay, I don't have the right seal. Okay. So if my advice to anybody out there who's stuck in a rut, in a dead-end job, who doesn't love what they do, I know Alucard loves what he does, so that's not, I'm not talking to him at all about this. But if you're in a dead-end position and you feel like that you're in quicksand and you're never going to get out of it, you do deserve better, and you can get better. You just have, you keep your ears open, keep your eyes open. But don't do it within your company unless you're specifically asked about it, because your current company will more than likely take real offense to you desiring better for you. And I will never pick up another collections phone call again. I will never do that again. That was the drizzling shits. I absolutely hated doing collections. Ow. Just be careful who you trust in those situations, that's all. Because sadly, that's, usually in business you can't trust people. And my problem, my big problem in being working like that is that I would trust too easily. So I would get really, really upset at myself for trusting people that did not have my best interests in mind. Which is also lesson number 2. The only person that's got your best interests in mind is you. Nobody else does. Don't trust anybody else with your happiness. Because again, the only person you can count on in those situations is yourself. You might be working for the nicest guy in the entire world, but if you think for 1 second he won't sail you up the river to get himself an extra spoonful of porridge, I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd love to sell to you. Because they will sell you up the river. sell you up the river. Cool. There's a boss up here. He might be the one we're looking for. About to level up again. Level 22. Because when I was in business school, I would often hear from my professors, "Oh, this is what companies want. They want you to want to promotion. They want you to be better. They want you to grow. They want you to aspire to be more than what you are." And I found out that's not what they want at all. They want to sit you in the corner. They want to give you the job that you have, and they don't want you to aspire to be anything more than what you are right then and there. Unless they desire it. They want full control. So if they want to give you a promotion at their behest, then they will. But they don't want to give it to you because you aspire for better. They want to give it to you because you owe it to them. Alright, so this is for Circle 2. Let's see what we have here. Oh, is this our guy?
Huh?
Damn. Oh, excuse me for that rather uncouth scene.
You're one of the Dark Lord candidates.
I am Dmitri Blinov.
You were fighting a demon. Does that mean you've betrayed Celia?
You have drawn the wrong conclusion. This is merely a ritual to gain power.
A ritual?
You witnessed it, yes? Unless you're as dim as Dario, you should have discerned my ability.
So that's what it is. The ability to copy magic attacks.
Ah, how observant of you. Now, since there's no one else to disrupt us...
Hold it. I don't have any reason to fight you, except that you're a dick. Do you have any reason for going along with Celia's scheme?
None whatsoever.
Well then.
However, I have this power. I wish to know the meaning of it, its significance. Is that not a natural desire?
And for that, you want to become the Dark Lord?
Is that so wrong? Refining my power will finally provide me with answers. Let us begin. Oh shit on it. Good gravy. Okay, alright. Point taken. Good thing we saved. Those are the launch titles for that Neo Geo. I didn't explore much over here. Let's go look. Never can tell if we get a better weapon or something. Physical carts. And how much are the games going to be? If they're going to try to charge 60, 70, $80 for 30-year-old arcade games, I think they're going to be up shit creek without a paddle. They come with the Ultimate Tier bundle. And those are the only 10 games they're going to have out at launch. I'm not complaining about that. I'm trying to get a handle on what they think they're going to be able to get out of that. This sounds like they're not going to do that well with it. Good lord, that thing took a pounding. The problem is, you can get Metal Slug. I've got a Metal Slug collection on the PlayStation 2. You don't have to... And it's got more than one Metal Slug on it. Metal Slug's been around a long-ass time. Shit! Are you kidding me? I didn't even touch it. The Ultimate Bundle's $100? $1,000? There's no way that they're gonna price them. They're shit. I just hold on. I messed that up. I'll mess that up. $1,000 is way too expensive. They're gonna that's DOA on arrival. They're not including shipping after $1,000. Oh my god. Yeah, there's no way. We're talking about 35-year-old arcade games. 30 and 35-year-old arcade games, guys. I'm not saying there's no room in the market for something like that, because there is, but not at that price point. Once again, we have to go back to the simple fact that wages are not going up. Wages are staying stagnant, and the price of everything's been going up for the last several years. Several years. Let's not blame one man for it. That's an insane amount of money to ask for something like that. Unless Mai from King of Fighters is going to give you a handy, I don't see how that it's worth that. Even if she does give you a handy, it's still not worth that. Enigma's being a pervert. Not that much disposable income. Nintendo's probably like, damn, that's excessive. Nintendo's probably looking at that going, you guys are nuts. You can get, that's just crazy. They are doing that too, but you're right. You know, Disney is insane with what they charge. Well, how many times have we talked about it, guys? If they're not willing to give us value for our dollar, we will find it elsewhere, and that is 1000% what it is right now. It's nothing about you know, what people want or what people have. It just comes down to the fact that, you know, gasoline is $4 a gallon in a lot of states. I'm living in one of them, and I realize that's mostly because of the government. But anyway, but you know, the prices are just so high. What do they think they're going to get out of that? Traveler's tape. Quit. Defense goes up. Take that. Well, that's what Disney's doing right now. They're laying off a lot of people that are low on the totem pole. There's going to be a reset at some point. There's going to have to be. Because right now, things are just way too imbalanced. I'm not trying to sound like, you know, someone else. I'm not trying to sound like somebody else right now. But you have these people in these corporate positions, these bigwig corporate positions, looking for ways to protect their bonuses, their six-figure bonuses, seven-figure bonuses they get. And the only way they're going to get that is by screwing over the little guy. Well, eventually, the little guy, little people, the ones who make practically nothing compared to the executives, there's not going to be enough of them out there. And all I keep hearing is that we have all these jobs out there that people that are no one is applying for. Well, the requirements to get those jobs are insane. And they don't pay enough. They're smaller jobs, and then you're replaceable. You're instantly replaceable. get back up there and save. Oops. I tell you, Grizzled, this is a true ass story. Is there? This guy created. I don't remember the industry. I don't remember the guy's name, but I know that a guy created a computer program for a business type. For I don't know what it is, making widgets, whatever the hell it is. It doesn't matter. Point is, he created this program. It's his program. He's looking for work. He finds that this place is hiring for someone to that's using his program is hiring someone to use it. So he goes, well, it's my program. I'd be the one you'd probably want, so I'm going to go ahead and apply for it. The problem is they required 10 years of experience with a program he created like 5 years ago. So he emailed them and told them, hey, just so you know, the program you're using is my program. I made this program 5 years ago. There's no way you're going to find someone that's going to fill it for 10 years because I created it 5 years ago. He never got a call back. They never said anything to him. They completely disregarded his message. Did not do anything for it. That's the kind of stuff that these companies are doing, and it's rather insane. But they are insane. And the funny thing is, I can remember when I got my bachelor's degree, I was looking for work, and before I got it, everything was, you have to have a bachelor's degree. So I was like, okay, I have to get my bachelor's degree. Well, when I got out with my bachelor's degree, the economy was shit, complete shit, and no one was really hiring for bachelor's degrees. So I was looking at jobs. And they started going, well, you need a master's degree to apply for this job. So I'm going, okay, well, I gotta go back for a master's degree. So I got my master's degree, and now no one's hired for that either. Or at least they weren't. I haven't looked recently because I'm not really looking. But it's just rather crazy the way that these corporations all move the goalposts. Exactly. They keep moving the goalposts. Exactly correct. It's always, oh, well, now you don't have this. Oh, now you don't have that. And it's just like, what the hell? Are you looking for someone to do the job or not? And I don't think they are. That's the thing. When it comes down to it, I'm not entirely certain they're actually looking for people to do these jobs. I think they're kind of doing it so maybe they can show. I would love to know that if these companies are putting on their reports their reports to the government. Yeah, we're looking for someone to do this job. But they have no intention of hiring anybody for it. Let's see. 90s. Oh, that's cool. I should look at that. Guys, it's 4 o'clock. Let me medicate whiskey. I will be right back. It's time for this treat. Ready for a treat? Let's get a treat. finish up the streams today. Good boy, Whiskey. Yep, same whiskey time, same whiskey chin. The salad bar, the red ring cups. How about the lights that would hang over all the booze? Come on, Whiskey. You want to come up here? Come here. Come on. Whiskey, come on. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah, you're a good boy when you want to be. Yeah, good boy. Good boy. You had your treat, now you're happy, right? Or you will be happy, or you're happy-ish. Trying to get some souls and stuff here. Pizza Hut, I can tell you, Pizza Hut used to be when I was a Ute. Okay, warp. You would get pizza. First of all, Pizza Hut, guys, was also expensive. Let's be. The Pizza Wars, the best thing that's happened from the Pizza Wars is the fact that money, pizza has come way down in price. Back in the 80s and early 90s, you could not get in and out of Pizza Hut with the family for less than like $40. You know, and nowadays you can go up to Little Caesars and get a large pizza for $10 and feed your family with it. That is not the way Pizza Hut ran. They were expensive. But you would go in there, and they had the booths with the red cups and all that, and they're exactly correct. I remember we would sit, if we were really lucky, we would get to sit at the Pac-Man table. They had a Pac-Man arcade table. You could sit there and eat pizza and play Pac-Man on it. I agree with you, Grizzled. I wish we had a mom and pop around here. I liked, but we don't. Damn it! I didn't mean to go up there. I meant to go way up there. Damn it. I think Pizza Hut used to do when Star Wars, when the Phantom Menace came out, they did themed cup toppers. I used to have a whole bunch of those. I don't know if I still do, but there were 10 or 12 of the damn things for all the characters. You know, they had Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan and Padme and Darth Maul and Yoda, and there was a whole ton of the damn thing. I think there was also Watto. They still do the Big New Yorker. You can still get it now. Of course, if you guys remember the Big New Yorker commercial, remember who was paid to promote the Big New Yorker pizza? Not going to mention any names, but He might be the president of the United States. Pizza Hut used to have this cheese pizza. They called it the ultimate cheese pizza. It was like a blend of 5 or 6 different cheeses or something. And that thing was delicious. I don't know whatever happened to that. I don't know if you can get, I don't think you can get that anymore. But I was all over that. But for those who are wondering, yes, the President of the United States was the original spokesperson for the Big New Yorker pizza out of Pizza Hut. That's back when he was pretty well liked by everybody. Before he got political, I guess is the best way to put it. Once he got political, once you get political, you piss off half your audience. That's why I don't talk politics. So, Pizza Hut's not the same as it was. It really isn't. I'll try to talk Desi into getting a pizza, and locally we have a couple of Chicago chains. Chicago has a very historic pizza, even if I don't think they're that great, but they have historic pizza chains that are all over Chicagoland. A gentleman was in the channel the other day talking about Giordano's. That's one of them. Lou Malnati's, Gino's East. There's a lot of pizza places like that outside of in the Chicagoland area. And then we have some mom and pops, but we don't. I mean, we have a Little Caesars. We have a Pizza Hut. We have a Papa John's, and we have Little Caesars, and then we have some Chicago chains, and then we've got like 1 or 2 mom and pops, and there's just not any good pizza where we live. I will tell you, Grizzled, it's something I think folks should experience because it's different. It's a very different kind of pie. But it's not the kind of thing where I would say, oh my god, you have to try it. And then it's not, to me, it's not going to change your opinion on New York pizza being the best, because New York pizza is the best. Every once in a while, Desi and I will get a wild hair and we'll get a deep dish. But it's, if you're not from the Chicago area, I don't see, it's more of an allure of a touristy thing. It's like going to Disney and getting cupcakes or something. Could they? I saw the other day that the guy who owned H&R Puffin Stuff is gone, is no longer with us. So I don't know if that means that McDonald Land can make a comeback or what. For those who don't know, Ronald McDonald Land was a big series of commercials and characters. With Ronald McDonald, Bertie the Early Bird, Big Mac, Mayor McCheese, they had all these different, the Fry Guys, they had all Grimace, they had all these different characters that they would put in, on merchandise and in TV commercials and such, and they were also on like their play when they had play sets and stuff, or playgrounds in McDonald's. They would have a lot of themed stuff like that. And the owners of H&R Puffin Stuff kind of had a problem with that and said, you know what, that's kind of close to what we do. And a judge agreed. The judge thought that, yeah, they're totally ripping off H&R Puffin Stuff. So that's why you don't see Ronald McDonald Land anymore, is because of that. I don't know now that the guy is... Yeah, the Hamburglar, iconic. I don't know if now that because the guy is gone, if they can do anything like that. Now they do periodically bring back some of those characters, like they did the Grimace Meal, and I think they did something with the Hamburglar a couple years ago. But they've never done it the way that they did. It used to be very, very... I mean, McDonald Land was a big thing. It was like H&R Puff and stuff. It was very iconic looking, very creepy looking, but that's what they did. They had commercials, and they introduced a whole bunch of different characters. There we go. I don't know if they can bring him back like they did. But like I said, they copied H&R Puff and stuff, and a judge agreed. So there's no Ronald McDonald Land right now because of that. They were great commercials. That's why they were sued. If Ronald McDonald Land did not go anywhere, if it was a failed marketing experiment, they never would have done anything. Success is what always breeds contempt. That's always the deal, is that anytime you see something successful, there's always somebody there who's pissed off about it because, you know, they thought they did it first or whatever, and sometimes they did, and they definitely have a bone to pick, but success always breeds contempt. That's true. That's why I wonder if they're going to do that. But that could also be one of those Nintendo things where, because, you know, we've talked about Nintendo not wanting to pay competitors or pay anyone for the rights to anything because they want to own everything themselves. Could that be what happened there? What's going to happen there? It's very possible. Mage robe. Defense goes down a lot. Intelligence goes up, though. No, not going to equip it. And it also comes down to what cut they would want, too. We have to keep that in mind, too. Sometimes companies have no intention of making an agreement, and they, you know, people say so have no intention of making an agreement, and they'll sit on something. And they would rather sit on it and not make any money off of it. Have the Valkyrie yet. Chances are, though, if it's the estate was more likely to make a deal. That's something to keep in mind too. When you're dealing with a specific owner, the guy who passed recently, and again, I'm not making fun of him. I really am not. He might have had a serious craw with what McDonald's did and would never come to an agreement with McDonald's. Okay? Entirely possible. But the estate might have something different to say. They might say, you know what, a couple bucks here is better than no bucks at all. Which is probably what the Tolkien estate's doing. Could very well be what the Tolkien estate's doing. There are something over here that I don't have either. This guy. That's why they should ask. If McDonald's wants McDonald land back, I don't see why they wouldn't ask. Our Rings of Power is dog shit. Tell me you know nothing about Lord of the Rings without telling me you know nothing about Lord of the Rings. I like Rings of Power. I got into a... it was on Facebook, and it was when the first season, before the first season came out, Amazon was doing this marketing campaign about it and all that, and I remember going on Facebook and putting on there, someone needs to explain to me, did Tolkien, I'm not a Tolkien scholar, but did Tolkien ever say that Galadriel was a warrior princess at any point? And some jackass replied to it. I shouldn't say jackass, but he was definitely smug. Goes, well, I'm a Tolkien scholar, and he didn't write that she was a warrior princess, but he never wrote that she wasn't. And I'm like, well, if he didn't write that she was a warrior princess, that means that she wasn't. That's what it means, because Tolkien was very deliberate with what he wrote. If he wanted Galadriel to be a warrior, he would have wrote her as a warrior. He would have said, hey, she's the Lady of Light right now, but 500 years ago, she was a badass with a sword. Never said that. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. But that's the kind of crap that I would see where it's like, how much people are willing to defend something without actually with. And I'm not saying the guy wasn't really a Tolkien scholar. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying though is that if you're having to bend over backwards to defend a narrative, maybe that narrative isn't correct. And that's exactly what it was, is because Tolkien never wrote that Galadriel was a warrior, ever. She was a elegant lady, a vision, she was better than all that. And they never, apparently Amazon never got the memo about that. Yeah, exact same logic. You're exactly right. But that's, yeah, I would always ask questions. Like, it always bothered me, something that always bothered me is Wonder Woman falls in love with the first man she meets. That always bothered me. But that's the way that the original story was, is that she sees a man and she falls in love with Steve Trevor. And I was like, that bothers me. Like, she just sees a penis and she's like, that's what I want. Does she hook up with a Batman now? Is that what she's doing in the comic books? Good for bats. Let's see if we can do better this time. Crap. You take one of those on the chin, you're done. Look at that. This so I just have to jump over those. It's been so long since I've read a freaking comic book, it's not even funny. I know. That's what I'm saying. If he hits you with that ball, just forget about it. You're done. If he hits you, well, I mean, he can hit you in the back with it. As long as you only take one hit, you're fine. Oh, he's gonna throw bones now? That's actually better. So I basically fooled him. That's actually pretty handy to do that. Did I get him?
It's over.
You beat me like I was nothing.
I won't take your life. Just give up.
You dare pity me? This pity weakness, you'll be sorry soon enough. I'm melting.
What? Dead? That can't be. Ugh! What was that? Did I gain dominance over a human soul? No, I gained I gained no power. But what was this aura? That sucked.
Well, she's not working now, right? That's the thing. But was she? I mean, let's be completely fair here to Shannon Elizabeth. Does that mean she's going to make adult content, or does that just mean she's going to sell pictures of herself? Because it's entirely possible she's going to just sell pictures of herself in bikinis and whatnot. Is she married? Is Shannon Elizabeth married? She was pretty hot. I got no problem with Shannon Elizabeth. She was, in American Pie, she was the girl. Yeah. Just because she's joining OnlyFans doesn't mean she's going to do adult, like heavy adult content. I'm being careful with my words here. She's been married. She's not married now. Grizzled, Don't ask me how I know this, but Amaranth does do pretty hardcore stuff. Not that I've ever looked for it, I just know she's done it. I've seen people talk about it. She does fairly hardcore adult content. Yeah, she does. Never seen any of it. I'm not saying I've looked for it. I just know that she's not. Her brand is much more than just bikini pictures and cosplay pictures of her. I've heard things like her husband made her go on Tinder so she could find guys to hook up with, so they could tape things together and things like that. That's her husband. Asking her to making her do that. $7.55. $6.55. We're the 100, so might as well level up. Is so she's still married. Shannon Elizabeth is still married. Good for her. Good for him. You could do a lot worse than Shannon Elizabeth, let me tell you. Oh, good. He must be really, really good to her. Because again, it's really interesting that when I say this, I mean this with all due sincerity. It's interesting that she's still married to him, because one thing with Hollywood people is the reason why a lot of their marriages never last is because men and women both. This is not. I'm not just poking fun at one of the genders here. They realize they can have anybody they want, for the most part. So they tend not. So instead of being tied down to one person, this guy is pissing me off. Instead of being tied down to one person, they basically decide that they can have anybody they want whenever they want. Probably will. That's all I'm saying is that just because someone's jumping on OF doesn't mean that they are going to start posting a lot of lewd graphic stuff. Especially if they're fairly famous, which Shannon Elizabeth is fairly famous, so. She's not as big as she used to be, obviously, but she's fairly famous. So now we fight the actual boss? Is that... We fought the guy, and we killed him. We fought the Joker. Now, okay, no actual... Okay. I remember this guy. Kind of. Alright, here we go. R Y A L. I had to guess at that, and I guess I got it. Actually, a double jump. Now we can do the double jump. Everybody needs to make money somehow. Exactly correct. Myself included, but no one wants to see me do any sort of content like that. that's cool. So, what's the drama with what's his face in Wisconsin now? I've seen a lot of stuff come out about that guy, and I don't want to mention his name because apparently he's getting a lot of small channels struck for even mentioning his frickin' name. I still can't edit, so if I can't edit, I don't know if I want to do shorts, because I can't do. I can't. I would have to know how to edit to do shorts. I need to learn to edit, and that's one of my New Year's resolutions I made, and I still haven't done it. Power belt. Hell yeah, give me that power belt. I don't watch a lot of shorts though. Usually my stuff, you know, I will, like when I'm done here today, after I take out the whisk, I'm going to go down to the river. It's really nice out. Sun's out. I'm going to go down to the river like I like to do, walk down there. I'll have my headphones on and I'll listen to YouTube stuff down there, but I listen to more long-form stuff, 10, 20-minute videos as opposed to the shorts. You know, I just, not my thing. I'd love to see what her soul gives us. I'm just my big problem is, with all due seriousness, is I don't like watching myself. I don't mean that to sound like I think my content is bad, because I don't, but I don't like I'm not a narcissist. I don't like looking at myself. I don't like listening to myself. Yeah, that's true. If I did party games like that, I would be up to doing like collaboration stuff with some folks in the community, like Yarny and Tombi and you know, Smoo and Hariyama and all them guys. I would actually be okay with doing stuff like that. I trust them, but I would, you know, it would all come down to what games we would play and getting each other together, because a lot of them are, you know, Tombi's in the UK, Yarn Witch is over in Washington, Grandpappy's over in Oregon. So, getting all of our time synchronizing our watches. Sounds good. I mean, it's, again, the Hollywood people are pissed off because of David Ellison. That's all they're pissed off about. Now, it could be quality is going to be one thing. You ain't wrong there. What'll be interesting is now that he's really got his mitts into Paramount. You know, have they officially kicked Kurtzman to the curb for Star Trek? I don't know if they've officially kicked him to the curb or not, but they need to. That dude has done so much to destroy the Star Trek brand, it's not even funny. Like, so badly, he probably needs to run up on criminal charges for murder. He's murdered Star Trek. Star Trek needs to go on the shelf for a while. There's too much of it out there, and what's out there now is garbage. They'll care about quality if they don't make any money. You know, if they're going to take the Uwe Boll approach to movie making, then they're going to be in the same... They're not going to do any better than... They'll be in debt just as bad as they are right now. That's one thing that Uwe Boll did that really pissed off a lot of people was he bought up all the rights to a lot of video game properties for movies, and then he was trying to make them, and they were garbage. There was no quality control on them or anything. And I would say that he did more to derail careers of actors and actresses than he did to help them. A pancake. I'm trying to get that Valkyrie's soul to drop. Yep. Exactly correct. That's the thing that Hollywood's got to get through their head, and they're starting to... I heard they're starting to course correct slowly, where... It's like you're focusing on the wrong things. You need to be focusing on quality. You need to be focusing on putting out good content. You have to be focused on entertaining your audience. If you're gonna take out garbage and you're gonna bring out, you're gonna revive dead IPs, and you're not going to honor what made the IPs great to begin with, then what the hell are you even doing? It's like Amazon with James Bond. This is the longest I've ever seen a James Bond thing go, is that we still have no idea who's going to play James Bond. We still have no idea. Look. Exactly. You give the people what they want. You entertain them. You make a quality product. Look at the frickin' Mario Galaxy movie. Now, I saw the Mario Galaxy movie, and I thought it's fine. It's entertaining. It's fun. It's fine. Am I going to sit here and tell you that it's the best movie I've ever seen? No. Am I going to tell you it's better than the first Mario movie? Absolutely not. It's not. But it's fine. And what's happening with it? There's nothing goofy in it. It's entertaining. People are enjoying it. And what's happened because of it? Universal has made a shit ton of money off of this movie. Nintendo's made a shit ton of money off this movie. And it's all you have to do. That is all you have to do, is be loyal to the IP and put out entertaining stuff, and people will show up for it. It doesn't have to be Citizen Frickin' Kane. It doesn't have to have these different goofy whatevers in it, you know. I'm trying to be careful of what I say, but it's all the shit that they've done with movies. And here comes the frickin' Mario movie. Was Minecraft any good? I've never seen it. Of course, I've really never played it either. I know about it, but I've never played Minecraft. Yeah, I did. I know it made a lot of money, but I'm curious if was it any good? Was it loyal to the source material? Since I'm not familiar with the source material. Never seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen it either. But if you are loyal to the IP, if you're loyal to that, and have people coming into the IP to play it or to view it, that love the IP, and you make them happy, you've got half your audience right there. You want to bring in the normies? Absolutely you do. I completely understand that. You absolutely want to bring in the normies. Well, you're not going to get to the normies if you can't at least give the fans a reason to talk to normies to go in and seeing it. You know, why would, you know, you want to go see the Mario movie? I don't know. Mom, take me to see the Mario movie, please. I want to go see the Mario movie. You know, that's how it works. That's how that it should work. Desi's seen both Mario movies with me. She knows Super Mario. She couldn't tell you who Princess Peach was. She had no idea who, well, Mario and Luigi. She knew Luigi. She had no idea about Bowser, Toad, Yoshi, none of that stuff. But she knows now, because she went to go see it with me. A normie went to go see it with a fan. Imagine how that works. She is stingy as hell with her soul. And now we're getting, what, a fourth Sonic movie, and we have gotten now to the part of the Sonic lore that I am not familiar with. So we'll see how that turns out. I'm sure it'll be fine, but I'm not familiar with it. She is not dropping anything. She is stingy as hell. Of course, knowing me, there's probably something I don't know about that. I'm getting her to drop her items, but I'm not getting her. Oh, her. It's 3-star for her her soul. So it is the it's the rare. It's so far it's the rarest I've seen her 3 stars. Still, we've killed enough of them. Yeah, maybe I will do Marvel Maximum Collection this weekend. For Rumble Premium. Probably Saturday. Desi and I don't have any plans this weekend that she's told me about yet. So, probably try to do it on Saturday. And it says I only need an hour and a half, but I'm sure I'll go longer than that, because I thought I went 4 hours on Sunday, and I didn't, so go figure. Stingy, stingy, stingy. Let's go recover, because I'm not always good at not getting hit. What can I say? I like to being a bullet sponge. Ah, da, 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 do. See, those are 3-star as well, but I've got their souls. She's the one that's being stingy. The creature down there, I don't have his either. And that blue pig. I don't think I have the red pigs either. But tomorrow we're going to continue this game, and then Saturday we'll do some Marvel Ultimate Collection, or Maximum Collection. Play X-Men Arcade. I will promise you guys this, I will cheat my ass off, because some of those older games, like, you know, Maximum Carnage and stuff like that, yeah, they are difficult. So you just want to have fun. We're going to see what happens in those games. Still shocked that they got the LJN games. That's the interesting thing about it. LJN, not the they're the dubious NES and SNES publishers. A lot of folks know about them because of the AVGN. Really? Is it the guy in Wisconsin? I've heard the guy in Wisconsin is a little creepy with some ladies, but I've also heard that I've heard a lot, and I don't want to talk about other stuff. As long as it's true, that's the whole thing right now. Is that we're having we've seen instances where ladies have tried to destroy guys by doing such things. I'll give you all an example. There's a pitcher, Trevor Bauer is his name. He was a pitcher here in the Major League Baseball for a while. And I think he pitched for the Dodgers towards the end of his run. He still pitches, I think, in Japan. So he's not like he's an old man. He's experienced, though. He got basically blackballed out of MLB because some chick basically said said she's gonna figure out a way to get some money out of a guy. And made up this whole story about him essaying her. And he pressed charges, he sued her and all that. And come to find out, she's got all these messages that she sent through Discovery. She sent out to her friends about what she was going to do to this guy. And they've never... Might be the same person. You talk about MLB, okay. Might be the same person. But she made up this whole story to get at him, to try to get money out of him. And but he's still, Major League Baseball, he's still blackballed. They still will not bring him in, even though he was vindicated. It was proven in court that he did nothing wrong. They still won't bring him back. And I feel for that, and that's just one of those things where it's just like you have to be careful. You gotta be careful with who you trust and who you talk to. What you say, who you say it to, it's why I'm careful the way that I am. She is stingy, Whiskey. She is very stingy. Are you a good boy? Yeah, you are. You're talking about the Trevor Bauer thing, right? Are you, Alucard? Because that wasn't streamer drama. That was a model, basically. I think the girl who did it was a model, and she basically was like, "I'm going to take this guy to the cleaners," and didn't realize, I guess, when she did it, that if that went to Discovery, all of her text messages were fair game. Reluctantly consented. I wonder who it is. If it's Mr. Wisconsin, I don't know about any of that. But a lot of shit's come out about Mr. Wisconsin over the last week. Okay, I've never heard of him. That's not Mr. Wisconsin. Nothing personal against him. I don't know who he is, but he pressured gals into. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a nothing burger. Okay. Mr. Wisconsin is not a nothing burger, though. That's a very big story going on right now, because stuff's coming out now about the stones that he's thrown against other people that he had no beef with whatsoever. Which is just, like, completely wrong. Yeah, it's still bad, but yeah. One thing I'd never do is cheat on Desi, because, hell, I love her. She's amazing. And she's allowing me to pursue something I want to do, which is what I'm doing now. And I mean, what I mean is destroying a whole bunch of algorithms. Multiple times with multiple women. I just don't know. You know what, I don't know how old he is. You know, there was a time period when I was a strapping young lad, I would go to a convention, I'd go to an anime or comic book convention or whatnot, and you'd see all the, with consent. So, okay. That, you're right, Hariyama. That's probably what it is that he probably cut him off. Doesn't talk to him, and they're mad because of that. That sounds more plausible to me than anything. But I've been to several cons, and you know what, like I said, I was a strapping young lad once. I understand the whole, damn, you know, you see some of the hot cosplayer girls and all that. I understand the thing, but if you're trying to protect, you have to protect your brand first. Let's take a peek before we go anywhere. Who's awake? Who is around right now in the streams where we can raid out? Who could we possibly go to see? Let's see. It's me. Okay, there's her. Not familiar with a lot of these people. But why the hell not? Let's raid her. Yeah, if it was with consent, it's a big nothing burger. You can say we did it reluctantly, but you still gave consent. You know? Alright, guys, so. That's going to do it for... Let me go up here. That's going to do it for the day. I'm going to go ahead and shove off and take out the dog and all that good stuff. I'll be back tomorrow morning, Friday, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. We're going to pick up right here where we're leaving off with Dawn of Sorrow. Looks like we have unlocked... What does it say? It doesn't say. Oh, 23.3% of the castle. So we still have a lot of castle to unlock here. this weekend, don't forget I do plan on Saturday doing a Rumble Premium stream. As the moon hits me right now, the sun hits me right now, it's going to be Marvel Maximum Collection, but we will see how the sun hits me when I get up on Saturday. If you've not done so yet, follow me, please. Twitch, Twitter, Kick, Rumble, and subscription on YouTube. If you're on Rumble, if you're on YouTube, smash the like button. Let people know that I'm here. Comment, share, all that good stuff. It'd mean a lot to me to do that. Well, thank everyone for being here today. Thank Alucard. Thank Hadayama. Thank Grizzle Entertainment. Happy birthday to my friend Amanda, DollyGirl15, over on Twitch. Hope she has a great birthday. She deserves it. And I'll see everybody tomorrow. Stick around. I am raiding out to Kitten Cog. You guys gonna check her out on Rumble anyway. I can't raid on YouTube because I'm dear. But I'll see everybody tomorrow. Okay, guys. Take care. I will see you then.